Oh, hello, Hugo. Give me one moment. Okay. Wow, that's so funny. Uh, okay, so as the host stated, we do have good news here. So I managed to locate Zeribot, a way to notify my chat when um, when the ad breaks are starting and ending. So now I have it set up because I did try to get in touch with Twitch support, but they kept having me try the same things. So luckily, Seribot was here. So now before the ad breaks start, Seribot will post in the chat a message when it's about to end, and will also post a message too. So I really have to thank Seribot for being here today. Okay, here I go. Because it's this game, it is another Agatha Christie game. It's from 2005, so it's going to be a mandatory keyboard full screen. And I did try everything to change the resolution, but still it wants to be full screen. But since I now have Seribot here, only loaded in with the start ad messages and ending messages, that means I won't have to worry about anyone feeling left behind. Um, and when ad break starts or end. So let's see here. So Hugo, I know that you have a hectic soul, so the ad break won't affect you. But for anyone watching who isn't a sub to the channel, don't worry, the chat will notify you when it starts. On that place where I won't have to worry about manually inputting the Nightbot command, because that's what I was usually doing. So yeah, the name of this game is Agatha Christie, and then there were none. Oh, danke schön, danke. Now this one is from 2005, so it's a year younger than Murder on the Orient Express. So give me one moment to get it loaded up and captured here for us. Again, ad breaks are starting in less than 1 minute. So what can also so let's see if it works. Fingers crossed. 1 minute there. Again, Hugo, it won't affect you because you're sub. So you won't be anti-ad break. there. Again, fingers crossed. How that showcases it. Hmm. Ah, it works. Ah, it works. Okay, okay, it works. Okay, yeah, I see it in the chat. It works. Wunderbar. Okay, it works. It should have said ads, breaks, surfing. Beware combat cybers. I know I made a typo with ads. It should be ad break. But again, English is not my birth language. It sounded okay to me. But I know to other people, it's like, Toshishimi ad. Again, sorry, I'll get that fixed. Actually, you know what? I may just keep it. Okay. Don't worry about it. We are in the same boat. Oh, goodness. Alright, hello, Vegas. If you guys are just joining, our break has started. I'm getting the game loaded in here. Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, so now it should have stated cybers, you return. Pass is good. Okay, so it works. Good. Pass is good. Okay. Okay, let me get the game. Let, but I need to capture it. Someone told me that you can get it through auto capture. We have to see about that. Okay, can you all see the game? Can you all see the game there? Okay, yeah, can you all see it? Can you all see it, the game? Okay, all clear? Okay. So, as I stated, this game was made a year before Murder. Okay. Turn it down a bit. Okay. Goodness. Okay, so in this game, there have been people, and they have all come here to visit someone. However, the person gets murdered, and he leaves a note that he knows the person had murdered him, but also there could be a chance that there's more than one murder that happens in this manner. Now this time we're not Marqueo. This time we're Perrault. So it's Perrault on his own adventure.
I hope my son's antics don't disturb you.
Madam, were it in my power to sentence him to 30 days hard labor, they would not disturb me in the slightest.
Smashing day for it. On holiday?
No.
Oh, Leslie. It isn't true. Oh, beg pardon, ma'am.
Miss.
Yes, of course, yes. Have to be, wouldn't it?
Damn fool. I suppose I'll be expected to tend to his wounds after he piles up, and I don't feel at that. No apparent damage to the cars. Young fool must lead a charmed life.
That's the lot. My money's on the servants. The servant's usually always the guilty one in the end.
Welcome to Sticklehaven, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Davis, the Harbour Master.
Sorry. Waiting for me?
That's everyone then. The other bags are already on board the boat there.
Blimey. It must be him. In the flesh.
All set, Narracot?
Ready, sir.
Right. I'll leave it to you then. Sea's calm. Should be a pleasant crossing. If you leave now, there's a squall coming. I can smell it.
Why is it called Shipwreck Island?
Well, the weather can turn nasty quickly. There are many submerged rocks, lots of wrecks hereabouts, and that big rock at the tip is said to resemble a beached schooner. The locals call it Ship Rock.
You're not from around these parts, then, Mr. Narracot?
No, sir, I'm not.
It'll never work.
If you would be so good as to follow that path up to the house, my wife will show you to your rooms. I expect you'd all like to freshen up after your journey. Where's Fred?
Under the weather. I took his place.
You'd be the brother then. I see the resemblance. Will you help me with the bags?
Yes. I've been hoping to get a look at the house.
Chapter 1. 10 little sailor boys went out to dine. One choked his little self, and then there were 9.
Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Narracot. Everything and everyone nicely in place. I must say I don't much like these clouds. I expect you should be heading back without delay.
Now it begins. Don't worry, Fred. I won't let you down. Just a drizzle. It's going to get much worse. This house looks as sturdy as a fortress. I should return to my boat to retrieve some supplies before I begin any real investigating. I should return to my boat to retrieve some supplies before I begin any real investigating. No, these rocks are too precarious to climb. I'd better stick to the path.
Okay, let's go this way. Fred? Sir, I don't think we're going anywhere.
The sea looks daunting. Wouldn't want to be caught out there without a good motor.
Sir, majority of your ship is in the water, but not in the water as you wanted it to be.
Someone wrecked my boat. Fred won't be too happy about this.
We didn't see him anchored, but he may be on something it could have been sabotage.
Scuttled. I wonder who would have done such a thing.
Hugo told Lapis that yes, he was the man who framed my brother. I'm certain of it. Island. All right.
I should tell Rogers about my little boat misfortune.
Mr. Narracott, why are you still on the island?
Someone scuttled my boat.
Scuttled? Wrecked, you mean? But who on earth would do such a thing?
I intend to find out.
But that means who will come for us on Monday?
Unless this storm lets up, no one.
Dear me, dear me. Come in, come in. You'll catch your death out here. I must help my wife prepare dinner. I'll have her fix you up something in the kitchen.
Thank you.
Where he will sleep, I'll never know. Ethel won't like this one bit.
Alrighty, Bobby. Okay,
Fresh flowers. Quite pretty.
right, people. Flesh flowers.
I can't say I'm particularly fond of the painting. The subject matter doesn't interest me.
Okay. Oh boy, those are some freshly boxed floors, or very upkept freshly boxed floors. What's this? Let's go this way.
I don't need it. And I'm no pack rat.
Oh, shut up. You know, you just said you don't need it, you're not the pack rat, but you just got a whole set of cups there.
Do that. I need to have my wits about me.
Get it? Get it?
I shouldn't do that.
Oh,
I need to have
man.
my wits about me.
But you got the shaker. Wow. Wow.
You're shot, Judge.
Yes. You haven't left me much, I confess.
I knew judges listened to confessions. I never knew they made them as well.
Oh, some judges may have cause. Some doctors as well, I expect.
Shots fired. Wow. Okay. Let's go
May
speak
I ask
with
you a
him.
question? This is not a time for idle chatter. May I interrupt for a moment?
Please, Mr. Narracott, this is a time for concentration, not conversation.
Okay.
I can't open it. It's locked. Not that I'd want to play, even if there was time. I've no talent for the game whatsoever. It's tightly
God
locked.
damn it. Okay. Let's go this way.
interesting painting. Birds don't appeal to me, but someone here certainly fancies them.
It seems like one is a judge and the other a doctor. Yeah, I get that feeling as well.
The door is locked. An upstairs, downstairs type of thing, I imagine.
Okay. Okay, so this door is locked. Hmm? Oh, thank you for the penguin. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, let's go out here. This way. This way.
A place for everything and everything in its place.
Okay.
A place for everything and everything in its place.
Flashlight. Okay, we got my flashlight.
It'll never work, I tell you. We should never have agreed. A house party only a week after we arrive? And no other help?
Ethel, calm yourself.
You promised me. Never again, you said.
How was I to know? Oh, Mr. Narracott. Ethel will be preparing you a meal in here once the guests are served.
So a party was planned a week after these two people arrived.
It's a sturdy cast iron stove. Mr. Rogers, I was wondering if I might have a word.
If you'll forgive me, sir, I'm far too busy to talk with you at present.
The refrigerator hardly seems large enough for a house of this size.
That is obviously.
The larder is very well stocked.
Dirty Maester.
I don't need it, and I'm no pack rat.
Oh, shut up.
The larder is very well stocked.
Okay.
I don't need to lug this around with me. The larder is very well stocked.
Okay, he doesn't say anything different. Oh, wait. Okay. So we got drinking glasses, a walking stick with a bare head's handle, oversized cocktail shaker, flashlight without batteries, a fruit basket of copper wire, turkey baster, and a cheese mill covered in cheesecloth. Oh, we also got a large metal scoop.
It's a full sack of flour.
Okay.
I'll need to wait until the weather lets up a bit.
Okay, that's outside.
It's a press. Looks like it can hold quite a large amount of fruit.
That's how they made juices back in the day. Where did Elmo go? Did she go this way? Oh, letter for
I copied the
Rogers.
contents into my notebook.
Good. Rogers, Mrs. Owen and I will be detained in London this evening. Please do the best you can in our absence. My good lady tells me she wanted a roast for dinner with potatoes and vegetables, and a treacle tart for dessert. You'll find anything you need in the pantry. and serve drinks afterwards in the front parlor. You already have the gramophone record. Let's play the side level Hello. Once everyone is comfortably settled in the parlor, hurry along as soon as possible, like Norman Owen. Interesting. A small packet of solving needles, okay.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Okay, Rogers, Mrs. Owen and I will be having a little house party this weekend. Only 8 guests, I'm sure you'll manage. The larder is very stock, and this crowd shouldn't get too much trouble. We'll arrive early Friday so that Mrs. Owens can draw up on a suitable menu. Hang on to the accompanying package for me. It's a gramophone record. I want to play it for my guest, Ulrich Norman Owen. Something seems unusual. Okay, cold, clean. Okay, let's go upstairs. Okay.
Would you just look at all these silk sheets? All embroidered GS. I'll bet that was that actress who used to live here. I've dropped them on this filthy floor.
Yeah, let's ask to give her a hand.
Mrs. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Narracott. You seem like a good sort. I'm sorry for your boat. I can't think what Mr. Rogers would say if dinner was late.
GS. So a lot of embroidered sheets with an actress initials of GS. Remember that. Oh, goodness.
It's tightly locked.
A very nice looking bathroom. It must be a connecting bathroom.
It
Okay.
would certainly be noticed if I rifled through his luggage. I better not. A radiator. You can't have enough of them, really. Locked.
Okay, so that was locked. Let's go this way.
Nothing out of order in here. I'd best not take anything, though. I'm sure he would notice.
Okay, so this is the doctor.
That, he might need it and would certainly notice its absence.
Yeah, well, I won't touch it. Oh, another letter. Okay, where are you from?
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Armstrong. Dear Dr. Armstrong, you come highly recommended to me by your esteemed colleague, Dr. William Witherspoon of Harley Street. I have a great favor to ask. My wife's health appears to be updating lately. The hospital for many years now been plagued by arthritis of a very severe sort. But more recently, I have observed short bouts of uncontrollable muscle spasms. I am unable to explain, yet they won't hear of seeing a doctor. I was much hoping you could join a little weekend house party we have planned for August 8th at our home on the Shipwreck Island in South Devon. If you are amenable, a boat will call for you at Sticklehaven, a very short distance to a little hideaway. Please accept the enclosed check of 200 pounds as a small initial retainer. I know you will be able to help her. I promise you your efforts will not go unrewarded. Sincerely, you and Owen. Okay. Okay, so we have a wife with deteriorating health and as well Owen has bouts of muscle spasms. So we know why the doctor's here.
I can't open it. It's locked. It's locked fast.
Ah.
My wife is indisposed, not receiving visitors today.
Your wife, sir?
What?
Your wife?
My wife? Yes. Leslie. I'm sorry, my boy. I was wool gathering, miles away. My apologies. Must dress for dinner now. Send my orderly to me if you will. No, that's not right. What was I thinking? I must get ready for dinner now.
He seems out of it. It looks like something may have happened with his wife. He seems really, distracted. Not really here with us.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Narracott, I had a question for you. Have you heard anything in Sticklehaven about this house being set up as a guest house?
No, Miss Brent.
No. Mrs. Rogers hasn't either. And who are the Owens?
I haven't met them yet.
Would it surprise you to learn neither have Mr. and Mrs. Rogers? It's odd. Very odd. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Narracott, I must make dinner preparations.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Narracott, I thought that you'd left us.
Someone scuttled my boat.
Oh, but that's dreadful. Surely the harbour master will send another boat when you're missed.
Not in this storm, I'm afraid. And even then, it won't be reported.
Why ever not?
My brother. He knew I might not be immediately back.
I'm terribly sorry for your trouble. The Owens should be arriving shortly. I'm sure you can get a ride back in that boat. If you'll excuse me, I must get ready for dinner.
Narracott? I thought you'd be long gone by now. That storm's getting pretty fierce.
Somebody scuttled my boat.
I saw Blore watching you like a hawk eyes its dinner.
Blore?
Possibly.
Any idea why?
I'd rather not say.
Suit yourself. I'd better get ready for dinner.
Okay, so he saw Blur watching us while we were outside. So Blur could be the person that scuttled our boat.
This clock has stopped.
Oh, it has.
Locked.
Locked. Okay.
Once a bent copper, always a bent copper. Right, Fred?
You're talking through your hat. You were the Purcell gang's inside man on the force, not my brother.
Your brother? Don't try to kid me, Fred. There's still a handsome reward out for you.
Fred is my brother. I'm Patrick Fane.
No reason for me to believe you that I can see. There's still a big reward out for Fred Fane.
You scuttled my boat to trap me here.
You recognized me, too. I saw it in your eyes.
Only because Davis showed Fred the passenger list yesterday. I came in my brother's place. We didn't think you might mistake me for him. Fred is 8 years older than me. Look closely, Blore.
You do look young. I noticed that. Thought it must be the sea air.
You were taking the Purcells' bribes for years. After the Landor case, people began to ask questions. The Purcells needed what the Yank detective novels call a fall guy. My brother was framed. You were in the clear.
Your whole story sounds like a detective novel.
I've never stopped trying to clear Fred's name and put you in Dartmoor prison where you belong. Thanks to your greed, I may now have that chance.
Maybe you're Patrick, maybe you're Fred. I don't know, and I don't much care. You're either a criminal, or you've been harboring one all these years. I wonder what my fellow guests will think of that. Go on, Mr. Narracott. Hop it. I need to prepare for dinner.
That sounds like the dinner bell.
Mr. Narracott, unfortunately, we are not prepared for your presence at dinner. I would be most happy to deliver you a sandwich later this evening, if that will do.
That will be fine, Rogers. Thank you.
Excellent. Now, if you will excuse me, I must get to serving.
By all means. I can hear them all in the dining room chattering. I can't quite make out what they're saying. This might be a good time to explore the house more.
Okay, let's hear.
Aha! With my ear against the door, the conversation becomes quite clear.
Wine, Doctor?
No, thank you, Rogers. I never touch alcohol. Except for sterilizing wounds or instruments, of course.
I tried to collect some apples from an orchard on the island, but a bee stung me. I'm afraid I dropped the basket and ran. No need to apologize. I myself am dreadfully allergic to bees, wasps, hornets. I'm sorry to hear there are bees here. Oh, you must take care. There's all sorts of those bee house things. What do you call it?
An apiary.
Oh, I thought that was for monkeys.
Ethel.
Ethel, we've never met, but I do seem to recall your name.
Oh?
Yes, from when I stayed at that stuffy old hotel near St. Trednick. Do you know it?
No. No, I don't think so.
Really? How extraordinary. I was so shocked.
Narracott says he's not Fred Fane, but his brother. It may well be, but he bears watching.
Seems like such a nice man.
They said the same thing about Stevenson, the child murderer. I confess I've never met our host, Mr. Owen. What kind of a man is he? Rogers?
We haven't seen the Owens either, sir. We were only engaged a week ago by letter, and asked to make the house ready.
So no one has actually met the Owens.
How extraordinary.
I, for one, will have some sharp questions for the Owens when they do arrive.
Okay, so no traitors. Nobody has. Nobody has met the Owens, and Ethel and the butler have only been here for a week. They never just thought to get the house ready. So, wow, nobody really has met the ovens.
These are very expensive linens. I bet they're very strong. Nothing else to see about that.
Okay. Okay, let's go here. Ah.
This could use a closer look.
Eastern Alliance telegram 01068429 21311111 9237 72818121 3122. But we have 3 that are circled.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Tony, get out your thinner jacket and polish your shoes. I know it's not an invitation for us for the August 8th weekend. The ovens, you don't know them, no money, I'm afraid. But they do well in things on dinner, and they are usually a few sweet young things about to spice up the scenery. You can try out that new mod of yours on the windy lanes of town. I'll be along later. If you don't pile it up again, hit Little Sticklehaven. Just head south till you get hit Whistler. What will be lately? Your never humble servant, Badger Barkley. Interesting.
Nothing else to see about that.
Code-breaking cipher. King James, Song of Solomon 3.
I see nothing remarkable. I copied the contents into my notebook.
Tony, okay, how did you get that? My dear General Mackenzie, I am giving a little house party here on the Shipwreck Island, the 8th of August. A couple of your old cronies are coming, Wolf Leggard and Johnny Clare. They suggested I invite you as well. I imagine they would love to have a talk with you about your place together by the Great War. Something about finally clearing the air, owing you an apology. Not my business, of course. But they especially wanted me to add that last bit. Beyond that, the weather is lovely this time of year. I'm sure I can promise you a relaxing and entertaining weekend. By the way, if you've heard the rumors there too. The island was used by the Admiralty before we voted all very hush-hush smooth and Johnny may no more take the train to Oak Bridge, a are for me to clear. Yours very only you and Owen. Wait. I know that sounded familiar. You and Owen, on Owen was her. So if you guys don't know what I mean, You and Owen is part of a piano song called Und Owen was her. And if you guys don't know, some people consider it the dead waltz. Yeah, because like Und Owen, You and Owen, Und Owen was her. It's a known orchestra piece called also the Dead Waltz. So because I was like U-N-O, but here it has U-N-Oven on Oven, like the Dead Waltz. Okay, now it's getting really interesting.
It appears to be a portrait of the general. Must be quite old. He's standing with a very young woman. It's signed, To John, my husband, Leslie.
Oh. That's what he was
The
looking at.
radiator. You can't have enough of them, really.
Ah, danke. Thank you so much for following Linda Martin 2001. Wait, hold on. Is it not working again? Okay, 1 second. Hold on. Okay, let me try again. Sorry about that, Linda Martin. Let me try it again. Let me do it on behalf of you.
All right, that's it. Dishonor. Dishonor on your whole family.
There we go.
Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
There you go. And it does that. Okay, 1 moment there. Luckily I saved it. Don't worry, we saved it. Let's the shore. Okay, so that's Leslie
Rather
there.
grand landscape.
Nothing else here. But yeah, that's what I was saying. You Oven und Oven und Oven was her, or the orchestra piece known as Dead Waltz. So you and Oven was her. It's known as the Dead Waltz, but it's also a very typical difficult piece as well. So yeah, let's see, we already been here.
I'd almost swear I recognize that chap. Does he have the eyes of a killer?
Ah. Okay.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Dear Miss Claythorne, I have received your name from the Student Women's Agency. Together with her recommendation, I understand I know you personally. I shall be glad to pay you the salary you ask, and shall expect you to take up your duties as my secretary on August 8th. The train is the 12:40 from Paddington, and you will be met at the Oak Lake Station. I enclose £5 notes for expenses. Yours truly, Ona Nancy Ullman.
I think I recognize this lady. Perhaps she owned the house in the past. Who knows? She may still.
Okay, so it looks like he's familiar with the few people in Pleasant.
This is a fairly sparse makeup case. Vera isn't the type to use much makeup, though.
Okay. What's this?
I copied the contents into my notebook.
I found a newspaper clipping in Vera's bedroom. August 10th, Cyril Hamilton, age 8, has found in a swimming accident. Off the coast New Plymouth, he was being watched by his governess, Miss Vera Claythorne, but swam out too far before he could be stopped. Police have questioned her and the child's brother, Hugo Hamilton, aged 24, who was also present at the time. Both were found innocent of any negligence. It goes on to mention funeral arrangement with an address for donations. None of that is my concern. So Claythorne had an incident with a...
A hawk with a fish in its talons. The bird theme is starting to get to me.
But we just... Okay. They just took a whole telescope and stand.
Another seabird. This one looks like an albatross. Shocking.
They just took a whole telescope and stand. Oh.
I transcribed the pertinent passages in my notebook.
Michael Payne, your You're not a pack-rat, but you literally just look a whole long telescope on the stand. Wow.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Just look it. As an ex-CID man and now private detective, you come highly recommended to me. It is my wife's jewels, you see. They simply won't keep them locked in a safe. On this house party we have coming, it has got me worried, I can tell you. Your instruction are as follows. Jointly house party, my wife and I are giving the weekend of August the 8th on Shipwreck Island, Osttyckohaven. Also the guests will keep your eyes on the other guests. Dr. Edward Armstrong, a Harley Sleepman, quite well thought of, I believe. Emily Brent, a spinster lady of strong moral belief. Vera Claythorne, my wife's secretary. Philip Lombard, something of an adventurer, I believe. General Mackenzie, retired military man. Anthony Marston, the sportsman younger son of a minor dukedom. A long away from any worthwhile title or any worthwhile acclamation from the sound of him. George Wardcliffe, recently retired, supposed to be an absolute silent in the courtroom. A wrong lot, if you ask me, but they are my wife's guests, so I am stuck with them. There is also a butler and housekeeper by the name of Thomas and Ethel Rogers. We hired them to the Regina Agency in Plymouth. They seem trustworthy enough, but who knows? Keep an eye on them all. On the jewels, I'm sure my wife will have on display at any possible opportunity. Living close, what I understand, is your standard retainer. If the weekend goes without incident, there will be a sizable bonus as well. Yours truly, Ulrich Norman Oven.
I've already learned all I can.
Okay.
Polished marble spheres and some books. Nothing worth investigating further. It would certainly be noticed if I rifled through his luggage. I better not. I don't think going through that would help. Either he's innocent, in which case I'd be grossly invading his privacy, or he's guilty, and surely wouldn't be daft enough to leave any evidence in his luggage. I copied the contents into my notebook.
Captain Navarre let this serve as the formal agreement between us. As I mentioned by the telephone, it is understood by my client that you are a resourceful man in a very tight place, as you have ruled several years ago in East Africa, and more than a few times elsewhere in various other corners of the world. Okay, let's assure my client knows your accomplishments very well. I am powered to pay you Cleoco's 100 guineas, in return for which you have power to stick haben Kelvin und alles geht der Motor launch Velcomil to the shipwreck fire. Therein you will hold yourself at the disposal of my client for not more than 1 week. Sincerely, Archibald Morris, Solicitor. Crazen. Okay, I just got the note from Seribot that our legs are starting. So I'm going to pause the game soon so I can stretch and get some water.
Tile and marble. Quite expensive from the look of it. Towel racks. Brass by the look of them. Towel racks. Brass by the look of them. This window leads out to the balcony. A radiator. You can't have enough of them, really. It would certainly be noticed if I rifled through her luggage. I'd better not.
Oh, wow.
I copied the contents into my notebook. This is quite a makeup supply. Emily must be more concerned with aging than she lets on.
I mean, hey, in many places, makeup is a talent. So I am not bugging that.
I can't see anything of interest.
Okay. There's a good thing cooking a nice old-fashioned. Gramophones have denied. Okay.
It would certainly be noticed if I rifled through his luggage. I'd better not. Nothing else to see about that.
Okay.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
Okay, welcome back, Savers. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the squid troll, Hugo. Just look at them. Just wait up until you think you since I heard anything of you. Okay, that has to be everyone. Constantly. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. Okay. Okay, so that has to be everyone. I think I just went and behind it. There's the downstairs.
Interesting ashtray. Birds everywhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of birds. Oh, study room.
It's a book holder. Seems like a long time since it's been used. A rather beautifully made globe of the world.
Yeah. Okay, let's go over here.
The drawer is locked.
Okay, looked.
This could use a closer look.
Powerful friends want to shine some light on the matter. Lovely speeches may win you a few friends.
This bears a closer look.
Okay, or Kurt Apiary, because Shipwreck Summit, House, Garden, Grotto, Cherry, Ruined Village. Ink pad, roller cellophane, so we're going to be doing fingerprints. On the lamp, we got the whole lamp. Wow. A whole lamp.
That looks like the jetty here on the island. He looks quite happy. She a little less so.
Oh, the jetty, not the jetty.
I transcribed the pertinent passages in my notebook.
Okay. Okay, history of the South Devon Coast. See here. South of the Devon, over the base with a protected amount of rivers. Chaotic cliffs haunted by heavy seas was skirted. Yeah, it does remind me a bit, this man, of the mansion set up on Pleasant and Evil Bonus Well, Hugo. You're right on the thought is that. The isolated nature became a base for smuggling and wrecking operations. The gangs of smugglers and wreckers lived in stone huts in a cove on the southwestern side of the island. There is a rumored to be a system of natural gas that the game used to store its plunder within. The game, led by one Thomas Wolfler, was eventually brought to account and Wolfler was hanged in 1821.
Normally, I would never violate someone's privacy this way. However, given the circumstances, I will examine the entries for clues and transcribe any passages I find pertinent.
That whole section of the house isn't really important to me anymore. I really venture past the game. Despite his vivid protests, I know he wouldn't really want me invading his private sanctum. But really, you could not buy no more cliche to conceal a secret passageway. I often wonder if Elmer has any sense at all. He might as well live at the sea. That's the only place where he seems in control of his facilities. Faculties. Lady Apatow is the most capable bird in motion. A photograph does it absolutely no justice. Most other birds that turn up only united. I speculated and look completely absurd fitting about. I must get away from here. I will coop up. If Elmer doesn't change his ways soon, he may discover how like an albatross I could be. Elmer tried to get me on a schooner again this afternoon. I barely made it to the talk. It's absurd, really, but I realized that the entire ocean were a gaping bottomless pit, and any boat, no matter how large or seaworthy, is still a little more readily capable of being sucked into that smoldering darkness at any moment. Elmer can be stubborn, but at least he can send police and eventually. We are selling the house to Gabrielle. She is Gabrielle Steele, the actress, and moving back to the mainland. Okay, so GS is Gabrielle Steele. So let us make sure that we remember that GS is Gabriel's dude. However, she already owned it, practically ignoring us. She came with two small bookish men who followed around like rap dogs. One of them was seriously taking notes as the three were dictated. Her grandiose plans were parts of the house, making no secret of her dislike of certain aspects, my precious birds, and her ideas for remodeling a screening room. I can't imagine her spending countless hours in there watching her own films, basking in her own opinions. Okay, so there's a secret passageway.
I transcribed the pertinent passages in my notebook.
Okay. Alright. I'm not going to read a lot of this, but I am going to speed read through it here, so that way I'm not overdoing my voice here. I pause face, silent face, keep it a bit on there, so in case you guys won't believe it, you can.
It's tightly locked. Aha! With my ear against the door, the conversation becomes quite clear.
Did anyone else see the poem over the fireplace?
10 Little Sailor Boys? Yes, I saw it.
And here before us as the centerpiece of our table are the 10 little sailor boys themselves, all looking correct and polished.
I like a neat and tidy house, Your Honor.
Robson, the man who built this house, was a sailor. Perhaps Mr. Owen inherited them from him.
Another question for Mr. Owen.
As I remember, the rhyme was about soldier boys. Highly inappropriate, as I recall.
There are many variations.
You seem to know quite a bit about it, Miss Claythorne.
I was a governess before seeking secretarial work. Governesses spend a lot of time with nursery rhymes.
All gratuitously gruesome, if you ask me. So much violence in the world today.
Sometimes violence is necessary, Miss Brent.
There speaks a soldier for you.
A realist, Miss Brent, not a dreamer. If action needs to be taken, I, for one, am fully prepared to take it.
How does the famous rhyme go, Miss Claythorne?
Must we harp on this topic at dinner?
Miss Brent may be right, Mr. Marston. The rhyme is a bit gruesome. It's there over the fireplace in the parlor if you care to have a look later.
If you think so. Excellent meal, Rogers. My compliments to both you and your good woman. You've done your employers proud.
Thank you, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Most gratifying, I'm sure. After dinner drinks will be served in the front parlor.
Ladies and gentlemen, silence please. This is your host, UN Owen. You are charged with the following indictments. Edward George Armstrong, that you did upon the 14th day of March 1925 cause the death of Louisa Mary Cleese. Emily Caroline Brent, that upon the 5th of November 1931 you were responsible for the death of Beatrice Taylor. William Henry Blore, that you brought about the death of James Stephen Landor on October 10th, 1928. Vera Elizabeth Claythorne, that on the 11th day of August 1935 you killed Cyril Ogilvy Hamilton. Philip Lombard, that upon a date in February 1932 you were guilty of the death of 21 men, members of an East African tribe. John Gordon Mackenzie, that on the 4th of January 1917 you deliberately sent your wife's lover Arthur Richmond to his death. Anthony James Marston, that upon the 14th day of November last you were guilty of the murder of John and Lucy Combs. Thomas Rogers and Ethel Rogers, that on the 6th of May 1929 you brought about the death of Jennifer Brady. Lawrence John
What
Warray,
the
that upon the
hell?
10th day of June 1934, you were guilty of the murder of Edward Seaton. Prisoners at the bar, have you anything to say in your defense?
Doctor! Only fainted, Rogers. I'm sure she'll be fine. Narracott, you get my bag from my room?
Yes, of course.
Stout fellow. Marston, in a moment I'll want help to get her to her room. Of course. Behind the kitchen, is it, Rogers?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You can use that door.
What the? What? So they're all guilty of someone's death. The only one I think is not so guilty is the governess at the incident of the little boy Tatral. Because Mr. Hamilton's older brother was there, he just found out too far. I mean, it's still on her because he was watching her, but... Like, there's a lot to unfold there, believe it. There's, like, there's only a lot here. Like, wow. Well, then the guy who's the husband of Leslie stated that he was affiliated with the murder of Leslie's lover. Like a crime of passion. Now, depending on what it was, I can understand. Like, if she was being stalked or threatened, and he took it into his own matters, kind of understand. But... Wow. Wow. Oh, you may be right. The power of money let them get away with it. Or the power of fame. Because remember, you have ex-soldiers, ex-judge, a doctor, and the governess. So it also could be the power of their title too. But wow. Alright, be right back. I need to get some more faster because all of that leaving made my mouth a bit dry. Oh boy, what's my boss here? But yeah, I may switch between leading and motivating.
Please, Narracot, I need my bag as soon as possible.
Okay, so, well, she fainted.
Mrs. Rogers needs my help. I'd best try to find Dr. Armstrong's medical bag and deliver it to him immediately.
Okay. This way? Okay, let's test one Armstrong. 9. Ah.
Mrs. Rogers needs my help. I'd best try to find Dr. Armstrong's medical bag and deliver it to him immediately.
I told her she was over here. Okay, let's go this way.
Ten little sailor boys. Charming.
Yep. Let's go this way.
It's locked fast.
Tom, early mother.
Mrs. Rogers needs my help. I'd best try to find Dr. Armstrong's medical bag and deliver it to him immediately.
Yeah, we can find them. Maybe he's upstairs. Goodness, where the hell are they? There's no map. Oh, damn it. there she is.
Perhaps we can talk later. For now, I must see to my patient.
Oh, do I need to get it on? There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Narracott. I am in your debt. Perhaps we can talk later. For now, I must see to my patient.
What is
Perhaps
it?
we can talk later. For now, I must see to my patient.
She screamed so loud we heard her from the other side of the mansion. Smiley face emoji.
Yeah, but also we weren't that far away either. Because he was right behind him when they listened for the gramophone.
Now, Rogers, tell us about that extraordinary voice.
It was Mr. Owen, sir. In his letter, he wrote to me to put it on the gramophone once you were all settled in here after dinner.
That was Mr. Owen's voice?
You doubt that it was?
No. I thought I recognized it. I'm sure I'm mistaken.
A disgraceful practical joke.
You think it was a joke?
What else could it be?
I will need to hear more evidence before offering an opinion.
Mr. Marston and I carried Mrs. Rogers to her room. I gave her a mild sedative. She's resting comfortably.
Whoever it was on that recording, that person knows or has taken the trouble to find out a good deal about us all. He was correct about Seaton. I presided at the trial, but all I did was execute a guilty man.
I remember the case. As I recall, there was some talk.
Normally, guilt and innocence are decided by those of us qualified to make a judgment, not by gossip. Of course, there is one omission in that recording. Mr. Narracott, of course. Although to hear Mr. Blore tell it, he might have earned a place on that list had Mr. Owen been so inclined.
Wow.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
It's a matter of interpretation, you understand. But I'd have to say, yes.
Will you tell me how it happened?
Elderly woman. Poor devil. I'd been up all night with an emergency case. My nerves were shot, hands shaking. But I had to operate. I had to try and save her. I had a pick-me-up or two to steady myself, but I bungled it. It wasn't the drink, I swear. It was an accident. Could have happened to anyone in my profession.
I mean, as a doctor, you're going to have to, unfortunately, get this grim reminder that sometimes a patient can die on the operating table or after surgery. So if it turns out that it wasn't on his hands, well, this is just a case where an elderly woman needing emergency surgery just passed away. I can't hopefully put him at fault, because unfortunately, as a doctor, you're going to have to be reminded that you can't save every patient. So if that's the case, I can't really say he killed her. It's just sometimes you can't save everyone. I don't know. I need more information about this one.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
Owen sent me a note, asking me to have a look at his wife, who's been suffering from arthritis and muscle spasms.
What was the gossip concerning the Seaton case?
I'm not one to spread gossip to just anyone about a man as
Sometimes
distinguished as
it's
Justice
inevitable.
Wargrave. If I was certain about it, perhaps. But I'm not.
If you'll excuse me, Doctor.
Yeah, sometimes it's inevitable. And even after you feel like you tried everything, you feel like you could have on something which many doctors may have on their mind. But I just have to say that. Okay.
It's got power, but it still doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, a telegraph machine. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read this. This is the poem about the 10 sailor boys. 10 little sailor boys went out to tide. One took his little self and 10 there were 9. 9 little sailor boys sat up very late. One overslept himself and 10 there were 8. 8 little sailor boys traveling in the Irvin. One said he stayed there and 10 there were 7. 7 little sailor boys chopping up sticks. One chopped himself in half and there was 6. 6 little sailor boys playing with a hive. A bumblebee stung one and 10 there were 5. 5 little sailor boys going in for war. One got in chancery and 10 there were 4. 4 little sailor boys going out to sea. A red herring swallowed one and 10 there were 3. 3 little sailor boys walking in the zoo. A big bear hooked one and 10 there were 2. 2 little sailor boys sitting in the sun. One got bristled up and 10 there were 1. 1 little sailor boy left all alone. He went and hanged himself, and 10 never known. Wow. Yeah, it is kind of a melody too. As someone who is half German, if you guys were to read the German or original fairy tales, they get dark. Like dark, really dark. Here's a hint, some of them don't have a happy ending. So this is like common for me to see one with no happy ending but very dark, because many Deutsch fairy tales and rhymes don't have a happy ending or a very dark ending. And then I make the concert. If I get famous enough, I may, or I may say about karaoke time. So here's what I got about this. One, the first one choked himself on food, and he couldn't be saved. One died in his sleep. One person stayed in heaven and got probably murdered. One had a axe accident where he may have stuck the axe and torn a part of his body and hit a vein or hit a big blood vein and bled out. Allergies. Because many times if someone gets stung by a bumblebee, they'll be okay, but if they're allergic, one bumblebee can really kill you. Chancery. So if you don't know what chancery is a form of law, like a court. So chancery court. So just saying they got into court and law. And because of that, there were 4. So he may have been like law, like the chancery law, like the judge, or policeman, and hide. This one, actually got swallowed up or attacked by a red herring. But in this case, a red herring can be one or two things. A red herring can be the actual fish, but a red herring is also a way to call a distraction tactic, like a red herring. You may have heard that in some books or read it somewhere. Like, there's a red herring or a misleading clue is word. So this one can be like a red herring of the sea swallowing him, because the sea swallowing someone means they're dead, or dead at sea or town, or a red herring of going out to sea when a big fish or shark ends their life. And then walking in the zoo, probably a bear escaped, or he fell into the bear enclosure and died. Sitting in the sun, you can actually die from being in the sun for too long. You can dehydrate, or there is a condition where a person is out in the sun too long. It's called heat stroke. So he could have had heat stroke instead. On this one, we know he hung himself. Yeah, I know. The more you know.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
What? Not matches. Okay.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
I admit it's a ghastly story, but I can't say it's wrong. Owen did his research well. The accusation is absolutely true.
Yeah, because it sounds like you were drunk driving when you ran over some people or a house or an event and people died.
Will you tell me how it happened? Oh, it was written up in the papers at the time. A story of self-preservation, pure and simple. A hunting party lost in the bush. The great white hunter checks the food supplies, assesses his chances, and clears out on his own.
Leaving 21 men to die.
Not very Puka Sahib, I'm afraid.
So there was a hunting party, and he took some of their resources, and they died on behalf of him. Or he did something to their resources, and he died.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
Owen's attorney, a man named Archibald Morris, rang up one day. Wanted to give me 100 guineas to join this house party. I was to put myself at Owen's disposal in case my rather specialized talents were required.
What specialized talents would those be?
You might say I'm a good man in a scrap.
Good evening, Mr. Lombard. Any truth to the accusation against you?
Fellow got hold of a detestable rumor, nothing more. Arthur Richmond was one of my officers. I sent him on a reconnaissance, he was killed. Natural course of events in wartime.
True. I mean, if you're in war, would you send one of your good men on reconnaissance, feeling like they can be successful? I mean, in thought alone is a 50-50 chance. Unless he sent him out there to die, knowing that he would. So, that one can't really say it's all on him. If you send one of your good men out on the reconnaissance before, there is the chance of death, but it can't always be on you. So, kind of 50-50 on that one. Because many are told that the cost of war could be your life or your sanity. But in many cases, for some it's one or the other or both.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
About that child, Cyril Hamilton. I was nursery governess to him.
Will you tell me how it happened?
I'd like to tell you. Cyril was forbidden to swim out far. One day, my attention was distracted. I couldn't get there in time. It was awful. But it wasn't my fault. At the inquest, the coroner exonerated me. Oh, and his mother. She was so kind. If she didn't blame me, why should this awful thing be said?
Are you sure you're telling me everything?
I'm telling you all I'm going to, Mr. Narracott.
So even the mother knew she wasn't to blame. He went out past the needed area, knowing that he wasn't. It's too many gray areas with some of these accusations, because already three of them can be one or the other, or a mix like a gray area. It's too many gray area with some of these accusations. Now, you fucked up. You were just stupid, you don't cough. But you, and the doctor, I have to say, have one that's not so black and white. Very gray area, because the mother didn't blame you, and he knew not to go out that far. You were watching him, but you turned your back for a bit to take care of something. You sent on your good men on a reconnaissance and war. That's not really your fault, give or take, if the person dies, because they knew the cost of it. The doctor, you're going to sometimes lose a person on the operating table, or in a recovery. But as long as you know you did all you could. How can it really be on you? Like, yeah, the threat was on your ship, on your table, but sometimes it happens. And it was an elderly sick woman. We didn't know how long she had left to live.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
I was engaged through an agency to be Mrs. Owen's secretary. Nothing remarkable in that, is there?
Yeah,
A
this
pleasure
guy,
as always, Miss Claythorne.
Lily got the resources from a hunting party that entrusted itself in you and felt trusting in you, and you literally left them to wander and die. So, fuck you. You just wanted a good time.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
I remember Seaton perfectly well. Playwright, charged with the murder of a chorus girl. He was found guilty, hung himself in his cell 3 days later, saved the crown the expense of doing it for him.
I appreciate your candor, Judge. Any truth to the accusation against you?
Look, Narracott, if that's what you want to call yourself. The rules have changed. Can't you see that? The past is past. It's the present we should be worrying about. Something is not right here.
Will you tell me how it happened?
All right. Perhaps I was doing the odd favor for the Purcells. But if your brother was framed, I had nothing to do with it. Yes, they paid me to perjure myself about Landor. Thanks to them, I was able to put enough away to set up my own detective agency.
What money?
See? I've been straight ever since, I swear.
Landor died.
He got penal servitude for life and died in Dartmoor a year later. Not my fault he was such a delicate man.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
I run a little detective agency in Plymouth these days. I'm on a job. To protect Mrs. Owen's jewels, the letter said. Mrs. Owen, my foot. I don't believe there's any such person.
That is all for now, Mr. Bloor. Any truth to the accusation against you?
I have always acted in accordance with the dictates of my conscience. I have nothing with which to reproach myself.
Will you tell me how it happened?
It was some time before I found out she was what they call in trouble. Her parents were decent folk, too. I'm glad to say they did not condone her behavior when I told them of it.
What happened to Beatrice?
Naturally, I did not keep her an hour under my roof.
No one shall ever say that Emily Brent condoned immorality.
How did she die?
Not content with having one sin on her conscience, she committed a still graver sin. She took her own life, threw herself in the river. If she had behaved like a decent young woman, she'd be alive today.
You have no regrets?
She made an excellent breakfast. I miss that. Fresh juice every day.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
I received a letter with a signature that was not very easy to read. It purported to be from a woman I'd met at a certain summer resort 2 or 3 years ago. I am quite certain I have never met or become friendly with anyone of the name of Owen.
I overheard you mention St. Trednick to Miss Claythorne.
I was staying at a seaside hotel near St. Trednick this same week of August 4 years ago. That boy Cyril Hamilton drowned near there. It was the talk of the town. His half-brother was much older. Hugo, I think his name was. Cyril was a vile child, by all accounts, but first in line for the family title and estates. When he died, it all went to Hugo. He was just about Miss Claythorne's age. There was talk of something between them.
You're suggesting Vera let the boy drown so the man she loved could inherit?
That would be idle gossip. I don't indulge in idle gossip. I've only told you the facts of the case as I remember them.
Thank you, Miss Brent.
Okay, this went somewhere. Wow.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
The name sounded vaguely familiar. I expect it will come to me.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
Got a wire from a pal of mine, Badger Barkley. Surprised me at the time because I had an idea the old horse had gone to Norway. Told me to roll up here.
Good evening, Mr. Marston.
Not a lot on that one. Huh.
Any truth to the accusation against you?
There isn't a word of truth in it. Miss Brady was always in poor health. Always. From the time we came to her.
Will you tell me how it happened?
There was a storm, as fierce as the one brewing outside right now when she was taken bad. The telephone was out of order. I went for the doctor on foot, but he got there too late.
Were you mentioned in the will?
Barely. Certainly not what we were led to believe. She was just saying it, you see, to ensure our devotion to her. Beg pardon. I'm not sure what came over me just then. The strain of tonight, I expect, and worry over Mrs. Rogers, of course.
God damn it. I mean, Mr. Thomas Rogers. I mean, if he didn't try another way to get to a doctor and bad weather, I would lean more of, okay, something in the will. But he stated that he always thought about putting them in the will, but to them, it was just, sweet talking to get them to stay longer with their, I mean, he did try to get a doctor. It was bad weather, she was in bad health, the phones were dead, so he ran to get one. When the doctor did come, but by the time the doctor came, it was too late. So Mr. and Mrs. Rogers, I can't say that to kill that lady. Especially after he died to get someone after the bone died. That's devotion. Because look at it, your employer is sick. He's a doctor. The weather is almost as bad as the weather out there. You call a doctor, the bones aren't working. You rush out and run to get one. But unfortunately, by the time you get back with the doctor, it's too late. It's like if someone in your house is dying, would you reach out and call emergency services, but they still passed away? You can't really blame yourself. You died to get help for them. And dying is better than nothing.
What brought you here to Shipwreck Island?
Isn't that obvious, sir? My wife and I were hired through an agency in Plymouth. Manservant, housekeeper, cook, that's what we are.
I appreciate your candor, Mr. Rogers. I'll need to wait until the weather lets up a bit.
I couldn't make the whole that way.
It's a sturdy cast iron stove. The refrigerator hardly seems large enough for a house of this size. The time for talk has passed.
Interesting history Shipwreck Island has. I'd studied up on it before I came down.
What are the names of those two people I'm accused of killing?
John and Lucy Combs. I made a note of it.
Must have been a couple of kids I ran over near Cambridge. Beastly bad luck.
For them or for you?
Well, I was thinking for me, but of course you're right, sir. It was damned bad luck on them. Of course it was a pure accident. They rushed out of some cottage or other. Beastly nuisance. English roads are hopeless, of course. Can't get up a decent pace on them. Well, anyway, it wasn't my fault.
This woman's dead.
He choked. It's like the poem. It's like time. He choked. I can't really, because he said they ran out in the road from a college. If he was driving on the road, you only have seconds to stop or react if someone's running out on the road. So if it is true that he was driving and, two kids or two people coming out of a cottage, and to be honest, some roads are they kind of have blind spots, are not very resilient. So again, another gray area, because one, you have two people rushing out into the road, you have him driving, but you only have a few seconds to react. But yeah, kind of nonchalant about it. But he probably knows that, he had kind of the right of way. Okay, outbreak starting.
Did Marston choke to death? You can call it choking if you like. He died of asphyxiation right enough. Was Marston poison? Can't say exactly. Everything points to one of the cyanides. No distinctive smell of prussic acid. Probably potassium cyanide. It acts pretty well instantaneously.
Oh yeah, and it does cause asphyxiation, making it hard to breathe. Not choking, but asphyxiation.
Was there something in the whiskey?
Yes, without a doubt.
Do you think it was suicide?
Seems like it.
Could he have been murdered?
Not my line of country. I'm a doctor, not a detective.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
Not I, personally or professionally.
What do you think that record means?
A disgraceful and heartless practical joke, I suppose.
That is all for now, Dr. Armstrong.
Oh.
Do you think it was suicide?
You conduct yourself well, Mr. Narracott, if you don't mind my saying so. Mr. Blore has told us that you are not what you appear, yet you told him you were not a detective.
No, sir. But I've read many detective novels. I even had one of those junior detective kits when I was a boy. Magnifying glass, fingerprint powder.
Junior detective kit. Wonderful.
Ah, an amateur sleuth then. You appear to have something of a gift for it.
About the suicide, Judge.
I'm not yet prepared to offer an opinion.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
I knew his father, the Duke, and his elder brother. Like so many younger sons of his class, Anthony Marsden was a bit of a wastrel, as you will have gathered. There were other rumors of late, of his dabbling in politics, but this is not the proper forum for that discussion.
Alright, welcome back. I just saw that the outbreak has ended.
What do you think that record means?
May I answer that in a moment after asking a question of my own?
Of course.
Does anyone know Mr. Owen's full name?
My letter was signed only U.N. Owen.
Yes, U.N. Owen. Or, by a slight stretch of fancy, unknown. I'll now answer your question, Mr. Narracott. The name, the recording, the circumstances under which all but you were lured to this island. I have no doubt in my mind that we have been invited here by a madman. Very possibly a dangerous, homicidal lunatic.
Possible.
Why did you retire, Judge?
I know there was talk about my competence, even my ego running wild, but the truth of it is very simple. My health. A lifetime sentencing my fellow man, and now a higher power has passed judgment on me.
Good evening, Judge.
But he's right, it could have been suicide. I mean, because he didn't seem like it didn't bother him, but we don't know how he was mentally about it. It's like what some say, the happiest people sometimes have the worst life or the worst childhood, but they still keep a smile. It's so easy to disguise sadness or be nonchalant as not going through something mentally. So the suicide thing, it can be a probability, especially with potassium cyanide, because back in this age, potassium cyanide was used in rat poisoning or for pesticide or herbicide, like for weeds and stuff, or to keep around the house to get rid of unwanted rodents in this age period. So it could have been that, definitely.
Do you think Marston committed suicide?
Yes. In my experience, certain types of individuals, when faced with their sin, will then commit the greater one.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
No.
What do you think that record means?
There is something very peculiar about it.
Good evening to you, Miss Brent. Do you think Marston committed suicide?
I shouldn't have said Mr. Marston was a suicidal type of gentleman at all.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
Never clapped eyes on him. And who gave you the authority to question us?
You're under no obligation to answer me. What do you think that record means?
I don't like it. Not one bit. Very queer, the whole situation.
That'll do, Mr. Bloor. Do you think it was suicide?
How dare you? My wife died of natural causes, sir. A long illness. Nothing more.
I meant not Marston.
Marston? No honor in him that I could see.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
No, I don't think so. Not a military man, I'd wager. Lombard now. He reminds me of someone from my command. But the name wasn't Lombard.
What do you think that record means?
Ugly. After 30 years. Ugly thing to say.
Good evening, General. Do you think Marston committed suicide?
He didn't seem particularly remorseful. Of course, the record might have set him off somehow. A new incident long after the fact may create a strong feeling of guilt or fear. Wouldn't you say, Doctor?
Possible. Quite possible.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
Heard of him, but we'd never crossed paths or swords.
What do you think that record means?
There is something wrong with this entire weekend, and especially with our host, Mr. Owen.
I believe we're all coming around to that conclusion.
Yep.
Yes, but I know something you don't, Judge.
What is that?
I recognize the voice on that recording, and it was definitely not Mr. Owen.
Oh.
Was it? Not so fast, Narracott. Not until I think things through a bit more.
That'll be all, Mr. Lombard.
Oh, it's getting...
Do you think Marston committed suicide?
You'd never think he would kill himself. He was so alive. When he came down that hill in his car, he looked... Oh, I can't explain.
Did you know Marston before he arrived here today?
No. I'm sure I would have remembered.
Steady, Miss Claythorne. The lad had his faults, you know.
Yeah, thank you so much for the suspicious gopher troll, Hugo. And right at a good time. Because, yeah, that is weird. It's like the plot thickens. The voice sounds familiar to him, but the judge is like, this could be a homicidal maniac, or it could be a psychopath or sociopath that is reveling and being plucked out one by one.
What do you think that record means?
It was unfair, what it said. Very unfair.
You seem to be a remarkably perceptive girl, Miss Clayton.
See, você governess.
Is there anything you can tell me
Hard
about
to
our
keep an
fellow
eye on
castaway?
people.
Castaways? You make it sound so...
Romantic?
I was going to say dramatic.
Yeah.
Let me see. No one has confided any secrets to me, I'm afraid. Oh, except one.
That is...
I really don't know you well enough to answer you.
Much obliged for your assistance, Miss Claythorne.
Where have you been, Rogers?
I went to check on my wife, sir. She is resting comfortably. But I'm afraid I have some distressing news.
Oh?
One of the china figures of a sailor boy has been broken off.
Chapter 2. 9 little sailor boys sat up very late. One overslept himself, and then there were 8.
Oh my goodness.
I tried to go out to get some more wood for the fire, but the wind drove me back.
A storm like that will keep us all indoors.
My apologies for the accommodations, Mr. Narracott, but all the beds are taken.
Makes one wonder where the Owens were planning to sleep, doesn't it?
A good servant follows instructions, sir. He does not question his employer, unless you'd like to share the deceased's room with the corpse.
This will do fine. Thank you, Rogers.
I'll wish you a good night then, sir.
Everyone should be sound asleep by now. Good time for a little stealth work.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let me save. I just realized it took us 4 hours to finish chapter 1. There's 9 or 10 chapters here. This is going to be a long gameplay stream in many parts here. Yeah, let's let everyone. Because it's now 2 hours and 19 minutes. Minus the time it took us to get ready, that's 2 hours. 2 hours and 10 minutes or a bit so and so. And there may be 9 or 10 chapters. So, oh goodness. Remember, this game is from 2005. No internet connection needed, no TLC, no launcher, no online-only gameplay, just this. Like, only. Okay, save. No subscription either. This game is from 2005. And we just finished chapter 1. Okay. Also, if anyone is wondering how am I getting these games, check on Abandonware or Archive websites, or look up Abandonware Mystery Games Nostalgia, or Abandonware or Nostalgic Mystery Games. You will find so many because there are good, trusted, secure Abandonware websites where they have archived these games. So that's why we have to make sure the history of the internet or history of gaming doesn't die. Because to preserve this is such an honor. Only.
A rather beautifully made globe of the world. Property of Teresa Robson. I transcribed the interesting passages into my notebook.
Because look at this. Like, yeah, back in that day, this would have cost money, but it would have costed much less than an $80 or a $60 or $40 or $35 or $25 game as of now. You didn't need a subscription, DLC, online-only gameplay, or a launcher in the background. Just a CD or a downloaded from somewhere.
Wargrave on Justice. I can only imagine the egotism that lurks within those pages.
But yeah, please check out Abandonware websites or nostalgic game websites, because this is where I'm getting them from if I can't get these CDs for them. And fully find them out yourself. They give you step-by-step instruction on how to
Wargrave on justice. I
And
can
I
only
believe,
imagine the egotism that lurks within those pages.
and I really appreciate these people archiving these for us. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank them all. It's locked, okay? We need a battery. Where can I find a battery at? Also, there's a secret passage somewhere.
I transcribed the pertinent passages in my notebook.
Sailing the Florida Keys. Okay, I'm just going to skim to this. You guys can feel free to read it. Good. Now I just put in there nice. Be sure to pay attention on instructions on how to not play it. Some sites can have difficulties downloading, but keep trying again because they get traffic to their website, but they also have to keep the website up to date. So if the download doesn't work or the download may download something else, keep trying until it works. But you have to remember, the people doing this are using their own money
To go out in that storm now would be reckless and foolhardy.
to keep the websites up and to make majority of these games free to download. So if you can donate to them, that's wonderful. Sometimes we ourselves have to preserve things. And I know many people are wondering, well, why doesn't the creators
Everything in
of these games preserve them? Many of these games come from studios that are no longer active or got bought out or merged. But after so much fixing of a game, you can only fix it up so much before you have to move on to a project because that has cost to it. And many of these games could have been one-offs by small groups of people that are not even a company or team, just for the fun of it. So yeah, it could be many things, but you just don't want to be like, well, it's their fault for not preserving. It could be so many things. Oh, it's
9 little
gone.
sailor boys.
Looks like someone sawed it or chopped it off. Only left the legs. But I think it has to do with, remember in the lady's
It's a
letter,
sturdy cast iron stove.
she talked about a secret passage, but she never told us where the secret passage was at.
The
So,
refrigerator hardly seems large enough for a house of this size.
so I wouldn't be
Go out in that storm
surprised
now would be reckless and foolhardy.
if someone
And I'm no pack rat.
is using the
Father is very
secret
well stocked.
passage to do this. Because Mrs.
It's too
Robson,
low to move around in there without stumbling.
yeah, we need a battery. Where can we find a battery at? Oh, wait, go back into here. Maybe tires. Can we go over here?
Copper pots, just as I'd expect.
Okay, it won't let me go over here. Because we have a flashlight but no battery. Is it? 9.
Can't you get a candle?
Yeah, because, wait, yeah, we have matches. Do we have a candle? We have a lamp. Yeah, let's look for a candle. Let's see. Because we have matches, but there's no candles on the table. What's that? Large vacuum tube mark UX2018. So we have a vacuum tube. Oh, that was a battery for a moment. Let's go back.
I shouldn't do that. I need to have my wits about me.
Yeah, let's take that.
Nothing else to see about that.
Marston's
Can't see
state
anything of
class.
interest. Nothing else to see about that. I
Optional
can't see anything of
backbone.
interest. Nothing else to see about that. I see nothing remarkable.
Okay.
Nothing else to see about that. I see nothing remarkable.
Okay.
No need to call unnecessary attention to my snooping.
So we have Marston's state class. The vacuum. There we go.
It's got power, but it still doesn't seem to be working.
Okay, so we need another vacuum tube. Boom.
Slow.
Really, you're going to tell me you know that the telegraph machine needed vacuum tubes? Really? Okay, Hugo. Okay, Herr Hugo.
To go out in that storm now would be reckless and foolhardy.
Let's go in the kitchen. I think the kitchen was this way. Okay,
It's too dark to move around in there without stumbling.
Okay. So back to the kitchen.
I can't open it. It's locked. It's too dark to move around in there without stumbling.
Okay. Where the hell is the candle?
The storm is kicking up something fierce. Besides, my time would be better used snooping around inside at the moment. I don't need it, and I'm no pack rat. I don't need to lug this around.
Or battery.
Copper pots, just as I'd expect.
Maybe we need to go upstairs. If it's so clean a battery or something, will be up there. Or in there, or candle.
It's really dark up there. I need a light source.
Okay, or I'm trying to find it, Thomas. I don't know. Okay.
Perhaps another time.
I use the
That
matches.
isn't such a good idea.
What? It has to be the pantry. It has to. It has to. I don't know. Something's telling me.
Locked.
It's. God, I know. I will get very angry. Where's the kitchen? It has to be in the pantry. It has to. Because that's the only place where you'll find candles or the battery. It
It's a
has
full
to.
sack of flour.
The shovel. The shovel. Oh,
It's a full sack of flour.
wait. Wait.
I'm afraid it's stuck that way. Some things once done cannot be undone.
Am I crazy? Wouldn't you set this?
I'm afraid it's stuck that way.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Hugo. See, shut up! Goodness.
Some things once done cannot be undone. I'm afraid it's stuck that way.
Okay.
There are some batteries buried under here.
Where it is?
Those don't work together.
There's
I can't get them to fit.
Oh, shut up. Oh, wait.
That works. Just barely. This is neither the time nor the place.
Be quiet. Be quiet, please. Fleet-headed. Because I'm like, why do we have a shovel? Would you usually put wine factories or candles in a country?
Some things once done cannot be undone. Nothing else to see about that. I can't see anything of interest.
Sir, use the
I will do that. That doesn't make sense.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Let's go downstairs then. Cliche, Hugo.
It's locked fast.
Oh yeah, that was locked. There we go. I don't know, something is telling me to go this way.
Whoever it is, please leave us. My wife needs her rest.
Oh yeah.
Sorry about that, Rogers.
Not at all.
Okay. What? Okay, let's go back. I was trying to find the linen closet. Oh, there's nothing there. Oh. What's this, Marcy? Ah.
Tile and marble. Quite expensive from the look of it. Tile and marble. Quite expensive from the look of it.
Maybe we need to search
Towel racks. Brass.
Martin's room. Where was Martin at? Okay.
I don't think going through that would help. Either he's innocent, in which case I'd be grossly invading his privacy, or he's guilty, and surely wouldn't be daft enough to leave any evidence in his luggage.
Okay. Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, we weren't here. Let's go this way. Okay.
It would certainly be noticed if I rifled through his luggage. I better not.
Thank you for the
It's a
plunger
marble
troll.
sculpture of an elephant. I can't open it. It's locked. I don't need it. And I'm no pack rat. It's locked fast.
Okay. Um.
This window leads out to the balcony.
Ugh. Need a map for this place. Okay. So we already went and talked on the skull over here.
It's tightly locked.
Wooden top walls. Hers.
Locked. It's locked fast. It's tightly locked. There's nothing I can do for the victim now.
Okay, so this is his room. Has to be something.
I see nothing remarkable. I see nothing remarkable.
He forgot to save super luck. Yeah. Not really anything here.
I can't see anything of interest. I can't open it. It's locked.
Be right back, everyone. The kitten is still having an issue. Give me just one moment. The kitten told over Avis. Okay, we're back. The kitten knocked over a plastic vase of plastic flowers, so he's okay, but go time.
A radiator. You can't have enough of them, really.
Okay, so it has to be
It's a book
something in
holder.
there.
Seems like a long time since it's been used.
No.
That doesn't make sense. That isn't such a good idea.
The secret passage has to be here somewhere.
That doesn't make sense. I'll need to wait until the weather lets up a bit.
Thank you so much for the hydrate.
definitely a clue of some sort.
Aha! Because unlike I only have a Bible, a golden message, and a cipher, and a kidney. Remember on Agatha Christie, Murder on the Orient Express, we used the Bible to get the safe key. What if it's the same thing here? We need to use the Bible and the coded message to get something.
I copied the contents into my notebook.
I decoded a scriptic but rather inflicted missive I found in Marston's room. Marston, sobering in place. Potato ejected. Secure beacon on boy. Autovist sure. Make certain homing engage. Red light most blink. Additional search. Island for signs of red intent. Our agent reported safe in the house. The combination left 28, R11, left 39. A worst-class space for no weapon in auto access port. Unknown investigate on signal, then ready for pickup. See Kyle. Marston is a spy. Marston was a spy. I know, right? Like, perfect timing for it. He was a spy.
It's locked fast. I can't open it. It's locked. He's as tight as an owl. I expect nothing could wake him up. Morning is coming. I'd best get back to my bed. Well, I didn't get much rest, but at least I have something to show for it. I'd best see if everyone has come down for breakfast.
I've got a bad feeling about the doctor. He said he was as light as an owl. Uh-oh. Go back. Yeah, he said the doctor was sleeping as light as an owl. Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling.
Rogers. So sorry to hear about your wife. She seemed a good sort.
Thank you, sir. Still, one mustn't dwell on the past. There is much to be done.
She died?
Sorry to ask you this. Any thoughts on your wife's death?
She was a good wife. A bit high-strung, but we made a good team. I often didn't give her credit for that, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't kinder to her these past few years. I'm sorry I didn't listen to her at night.
Did you hear anything in the night?
I may have heard something at our bedroom door. I'm not sure. I slept in the bath so as not to disturb Ethel. If I'd been in the room, I might have noticed. I might have been able to get the doctor in time.
He's reliving.
There's nothing you could have done. Don't reproach yourself.
I just realized this is the second time someone has died underneath them. Because what he even stated, if he knew something was up, he could have ran to the doctor. Mr. Rogers, wow. All times where he assumes that if he got into a doctor in time, both of these people would be alive. You really have to feel for Mr. Rogers. He tries.
Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary since you arrived here, Rogers?
Just this, sir. This house is more like a museum than a residence. I've dusted every square inch, and I found articles left behind by many previous owners, including the Robsons, that actress, and even the Admiralty. The only owners who seem to have left no mark at all are Mr. and Mrs. Owen.
Very kind of you to give me your time, Mr. Rogers.
Oh my.
I'm letting out gangster tears, sneezing face emoji, smiley face emoji.
Mr. Rogers is
The body was thoroughly searched. No need to disturb it now.
Oh, she overslept. I thought it would be the doctor, so she was the one who overslept or died in her sleep. Oh my.
If what Narracott told Vera is true, and mind you, I take anything he says with a grain of salt, then they will not be sending a boat until at least Monday, even if the storm clears.
Wise to remember, Narracott's the odd man out here.
Yes, thanks to you, I believe, Blore.
At least nothing else has occurred.
I hope you are correct, Miss Claythorne. However, I feel compelled to draw your attention to this table's centerpiece.
Now two are broken. How odd.
Ah, Mr. Narracott, good morning. Since Mr. Marsden won't be joining us, there is an extra place for breakfast, although breakfast itself seems to be a trifle behind schedule.
I'm afraid there is no breakfast at present. Mrs. Rogers has not been able to carry on this morning.
What's the matter with the woman? I was promised fresh apple juice this morning.
I must tell you a sad piece of news. Mrs. Rogers died in her sleep.
Any theories about Mrs. Rogers' death, Judge?
I'm afraid it confirms my opinion that there is something very wrong on this island. It occurs to me that if these two deaths were not suicides or accidents, that Mr. Owen may very well be responsible. If so, he is almost certainly on this island somewhere.
The judge has a
I
point.
think we should find a way off this island immediately.
Did you hear anything in the night?
I confess I slept fitfully. Marsden's death, the storm, but I heard nothing. Possibly also due to the storm.
Understandable, Judge. Quite understandable.
Mr. Narracott, can your boat be repaired?
I doubt very seriously it can be repaired. Mr. Blore did a good job.
Steady on. I didn't know then how the land lay, did I?
So you say.
If you find a means of leaving the island or of signaling the mainland, I'm sure we would all be in your debt.
And I'm sure all of us would help in any way we could.
Here, here. We're never going to leave the island. None of us are ever going to leave.
What were you hinting at concerning Marston's politics?
Only that he'd become mixed up with some foreigners. I think that's all I'd better say at present.
I am grateful for your assistance, Judge Wargrave.
Also, you have to realize this is like a perfect storm, because just think what kind of weather would you want in a case where you need to get rid of people? A storm. Why? Because it could silence out a majority of noise, but also as well it would be hard to leave a place because the rain and the weather would cover it up. So this is like the perfect storm. Because look at it, majority of people are sound asleep or the storm kind of took away from it. So if anyone wanted to kill people one by one, this is literally a perfect storm. Literally.
Any theories about Mrs. Rogers' death?
We know that she consumed something last night. Dr. Armstrong told us so.
Aye, Mr. Lombard? You gave her a sedative. A small dose of trial, nothing more. Doctors have made mistakes before. You're suggesting I accidentally gave Mrs. Rogers an overdose? Accidentally or otherwise. One death may have been an accident or suicide, but two in the space of a few hours? Simply outrageous, man of my standing.
Any more questions, Mr. Narracott?
Did you hear anything in the night?
I'm a very light sleeper. In future, I hope everyone will bear that in mind. Yes, several times I heard something.
You didn't investigate?
With a judge, a detective, and an amateur sleuth in the house, you hardly need my poor skills in that line. I prefer to keep watch.
The hunter in his blind?
A good analogy, Judge.
Oh yeah, you said you
You
recognize it.
recognize Owen's voice.
I've had time to think it over, and I'm sure I did. But I see no reason to share that information.
Toad,
Good day to you, Mr. Lombard.
you got old people dead, really.
What was the cause of death?
Impossible to say offhand.
There must be an autopsy.
I certainly couldn't give a certificate without one.
When did you find out?
Rogers roused me at first light. He'd gotten up to light the stove and see to the power generator before waking her. When she didn't respond, he got me.
Can you tell when she died?
Without an autopsy, not for certain, but it must have been some hours ago. The body was, quite cold.
Did you hear anything in the night?
No, although it appears I should have.
Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Like, this guy literally has information from us. Old people have died, you Dukov. Would you just wanting to withhold that? Really?
Any theories about Mrs. Rogers' death?
Conscience.
What do you mean by that?
She was accused, together with her husband, of having deliberately murdered her former employer, an old lady. You all saw her last night. She broke down completely. The shock of her wickedness brought home to her was too much to bear. She literally died of fear.
Possibly, if there was cardiac weakness.
Call it, if you prefer, an act of God.
That is all, Miss Brent.
I mean, fear can kill you. It can kill you slowly, or weak, or quickly. So, they may be onto something.
Any theories about Mrs. Rogers' death?
I'm sure Mrs. Rogers wasn't to blame. A good, loyal woman.
Did you hear anything in the night?
I thought I heard a voice calling my name. My wife. She died several years ago.
Poor
I
guy.
expect it was a dream.
I don't think it's him. If anything, I think that guy, the army person with the medal, he's not all the way there, but his wife, his soulmate, died years ago, but he's getting older. His mind is probably not all the way there. If I have to rank him out as a suspect, it's like he's not senile, but you can tell, and probably others can tell as well, he's not all there. He's just not all there. Because he literally said he thought he heard his wife calling his name. I have to link him out as a possible suspect. It just I don't see him doing it. I could be wrong, but I can't see him as the one doing this. Like, yeah, he says no one's going to leave this island, but it's the shock to still grieving over a soulmate with just his mind. I have to rank him out as a suspect. There's no way it's him.
General, you said you thought you recognized Lombard.
Did I? Yes, I expect I did. But I fail to see what business it might be of yours.
Good day to you, General.
He's just not all the way there.
You're a detective, Mr. Bloor. Any theories?
I
I mean,
appreciate
someone that's watching maybe like 9-year-old But to me, I just can't. He's too much in.
She had nothing whatsoever.
Of course he would say that.
Like, maybe Hugo may understand what I say clear.
Now she's all hysterical, likely to give the show away. She's a danger to her husband. That's what she is.
Todd.
I should hardly think a man would do that to his wife.
Todd, why would he? Mr. Lord goodness.
You said you knew something about the history of this island.
Most of the old stuff can be found in the library. Its more recent history is just as interesting, though.
So you're hiding information too.
Thanks, Blore.
Wunderbar.
Chapter 3.
Just
8 little
wunderbar.
sailor boys traveling...
8 little sailor boys traveling in heaven. One city stayed there, then there were 7. Uh-oh.
Rogers didn't let his wife's death get in the way of his custodial duties. I assume everyone has gone off on their own pursuits. I should do the same.
It's getting crazy. So we got people withholding information, vital information. Like, there's a reason you're withholding it, because the majority of the information held is vital. Well, the people are being very stupid withholding it.
I asked Rogers what this Miss Brady had suffered from. In a certain form of cardiac trouble, when an attack comes on, an ampule of amyl nitrate is broken and inhaled. If amyl nitrate were withheld...
I see. No positive action must be taken. No arsenic to obtain and administer. Nothing definite at all.
And nothing could be proved against Rogers or his wife.
It explains our situation here quite neatly. There are crimes that cannot be brought home to their perpetrators by the usual methods.
A judge taking advantage of his position? No offense, Judge.
A doctor under the influence letting a scalpel slip? No offense, Doctor. The point is, it explains Mr. Unknown. He has, for reasons only he knows...
God, he's acting like Jigsaw. Like, if you guys know the Saw movie, the Saw movie series, Jigsaw would take justice into his own hand and, like, set it off with his quote-unquote victims. Many of them are not cooperating. They're withholding information, but I have a feeling they're withholding it because they know it may add to why they're here.
Have you seen any of the others?
I believe Mr. Blore and Mr. Lombard are off searching the island for Mr. Owen.
Yep.
You didn't want to join them?
They are men accustomed to physical activity. I prefer to search for the truth with my mind.
Me too.
You think they'll find Mr. Owen?
Not in the sense you mean.
Where would you search for Mr. Owen?
Closer to home.
Any idea how we can get off the island?
I've allowed you to continue your own investigations, Mr. Narracott, because I disagree that being the odd man out makes you more suspect. On the contrary. But I've given you a good deal of advice already. It would be well if you thought for yourself for a while and let us get on with our game.
Good day to you, Judge. Have you seen any of the others?
Before we came in here, I saw Miss Brent knitting on the patio as if she hadn't a care in the world.
Could you perform an autopsy on Mrs. Rogers?
I could, sir, but I won't. As Mr. Lombard so helpfully pointed out, it might be thought I had something to do with her death. It would be unethical for me to operate.
How much Trianol is missing from your supply?
I wouldn't know. I left the bottle with Rogers in case his wife required a second draft.
Good day to you, Doctor.
Okay, so he left the bottle of Trianol with Mr. Rogers in case a second dosage is needed.
Hello, Rogers.
Hello, sir. Was there anything you required?
Just looking around. That ham looks good.
Mrs. Rogers had a way with hams. Baked, boiled, fried, pickled, en casserole. Always a treat.
When will dinner be ready?
8 o'clock, sir. Or close to it.
Good day to you, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, goodness. You just have to feel for him. Remember what he said? He said he left the Tylenol with Mr. Rogers.
There's nothing I can do for the victim now. It would certainly be noticed if I rifled through his luggage. I better not.
Not raining.
Nothing out of order in here. I'd best not take anything, though. I'm sure he would notice.
Okay.
I don't think going through that would help. Either he's innocent, in which case I'd be grossly invading his privacy, or he's guilty, and surely wouldn't be daft enough to leave any evidence in his luggage.
What he said Mrs. Brent was on the patio. Maybe there's the patio outside. Ah, yeah.
Nice to have a break in the weather, although I don't expect it will last.
You don't seem concerned by the 2 deaths.
I remember a text that hung in my nursery as a child. Be sure thy sin will find thee out.
So in some way, Marston's and Mrs. Rogers' sins have found them out?
Of course. I have nothing to fear. I've committed no sin. You, if your story is true, have only been protecting your brother. God's law understands such a loving gesture, even if man's law does not.
What are you knitting?
A shawl for my niece.
It's quite subdued for a girl, isn't it?
A man would say that, of course. She is a modest child, and decent. These colors are most appropriate.
Have you seen Rogers?
He's in the kitchen, I think, preparing a cold supper.
Thank you, Miss Brent.
Oh boy, we can explore the island. Oh,
The refrigerator hardly seems large enough for a house of this size.
so talk please. Ah. A fire hose. But if you wait, because wait, remember this was locked because of the weather, but this door comes out here into like a garden area.
Impressive. Not exactly my style, though. Impressive. Not exactly my style, though. Impressive. Not
Okay.
exactly my style, though.
Maybe Owen has wings and is perched someplace we can't reach.
Like a bird.
Swimming around out there with the fish.
You think you'll find Owen?
If he's here, we'll find him.
Why don't you split up?
I suggested that.
The island isn't that big. I felt it was good to stick together to be sure every inch has been covered.
Yeah, there's...
Have you seen Vera?
Miss Claythorne was up on Ship Rock when we searched up there.
Have you seen the General?
He was down on that little beach to the south of Ship Rock. He's definitely gaga, if you ask me.
Like he was in a trance, talking to his wife, asking her forgiveness. Creepy. He sent that Richmond fellow to his death for playing up to the missus. Make no mistake about that.
You look tired.
Miss Claythorne's concern for my well-being moves me far more than yours, Narracott. But thanks all the same.
Any conclusions?
Only that I'm damn glad I brought this along.
You have a gun? Why didn't you say something?
I would have used it if necessary.
Still, I don't like it very much.
Well, I don't care very much.
Any idea how we can get off the island?
When I was... well, a friend of mine, actually. When he was in the army, he saw a new parachute design that allowed you to steer. If you like, I can draw you a plan to construct a parachute like the one he saw.
That would be splendid. Thank you.
One parachute per order. It's pretty crude, but I think you'll get the idea. I added a list of materials, too.
Thanks. Good day to you, Mr. Lombard. It's Lombard's plan for building a parachute. I'll copy it into my notebook.
Okay, silk sheets sewn together, various lengths of rope, leather harness, 3 metal struts, and quite a bit of luck. Not to mention some high ground to launch from. Oh, like a paraglider. It's like paragliding. Ah, bird. Bird.
The waves are crashing here with particular violence. peaceful spot you found for yourself, sir.
There is so little time. So little time.
I'm making a tour of the island, so to speak.
Quite the adventurer, aren't you?
Have you seen anything that might be useful to us?
You don't understand. You don't understand at all. I'm not sorry I came here. Oh, it was time. I'm content.
Thank you so much for that, Hugo.
It feels very strange to come to the end.
Oh, don't tell me he's the next one.
I know now I will never leave. That's peace.
Oh
I'm
no.
indebted to you for your help, General Mackenzie.
You heard what he just said. And remember the poem. Number 7 wanted to stay in heaven. But he died there. Oh, please don't tell me he's next. Not him. Remember, number 7 wanted to stay in heaven. But died there. But he's saying he's not going to leave until he's found peace.
It seems so close. As if I could almost jump across and leave this island behind me.
I'd hate for you to jump, Miss Claythorne. I'd miss you.
I think I'd miss you too.
Think someone on shore could see us?
If they used a telescope like the one on the patio outside my room, I expect they might.
What do you think of Lombard?
I think he's like last night's storm. Dark and wild and possibly dangerous.
But you like him even so?
I love storms.
Have you ever been in love?
I thought I was. I thought I could do anything for him.
What happened?
I'd rather not talk about it, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I'm sorry the job here didn't work out for you.
It was only temporary. I want to be a teacher, not a secretary. I want another chance to teach more than anything in the world.
Tell me about yourself.
Mr. Narracott, would you think me terribly rude if I just wanted to stand here and look at the scenery before the next storm closes in?
No, I'm sorry I bothered you.
Oh, you didn't bother me. Quite the contrary. But now I'd just like to enjoy the scenery.
Oh, God. It's the apiary.
I need to subdue the bees first. They'll do me in for sure if I disrupt their artificial home.
I don't know, maybe like smoke? Smoke can subdue me.
There are some suitable-looking apples up near the top of this tree, but I can't reach them. Not many apples in this orchard. I suppose I'd blame the lack of sun. They look hungry.
Apples. Haven't thought.
This is neither the time nor the place.
They don't want the apples. They're fermented. Fermented apples does make an animals sometimes appear drunk. Why can't they? You could literally put them right here, but are they?
This thicket is rife with thorns. I can't get through it.
Okay. I thought giving them those would help. They're fermented.
That goat is a menace.
Okay, fermented apples. You have to, come on.
That doesn't make sense.
It does. Really? Really? It's fermented apples. Need to mix it. Oh, look.
Perhaps another time.
Maybe I need to mix something together. Okay. Really?
There are some suitable looking apples up near the top of this tree, but I can't reach them. It's an old windmill. Impossible to say what it powers, if anything. So there's... oh my goodness. There's a cave tunnel entrance that leads to the study room. This leads back. Oh my goodness. Camera. Oh man, I'm not ready for him to go.
No one's hiding in there. I'd stake my reputation on it.
I've done some hunting in my day for some very elusive game. If Owen's in that house, he must be invisible.
Any luck at all?
There's no one on this island except our 9 selves.
Where haven't you searched?
The woodshed. I should have guessed he might be out there.
Have you reached any conclusions?
Maybe it was just an accident and a suicide. Or 2 accidents or 2 suicides for all I know.
Could you help me sew these sheets together to make a parachute?
Better ask Miss Brent. She's placed herself in charge.
Thanks, Blore.
The woodshed.
Standing here isn't helping anything. The sea looks daunting. Wouldn't want to be caught out there without a good motor.
The woodshed. I have a feeling we need to follow them. Stop here first.
Could you help me sew these sheets together to make a parachute?
I suppose I could. There's a sewing kit in the servants' quarters. The needles would work, but I don't think the thread would be strong enough.
I won't take up any more of your time, Miss Brent.
Hey, the needles would work, but the thread wouldn't be strong enough.
Woodshed is empty.
This is a dead end. If Owen's buried under that wood pile, good riddance to him.
Have you searched the entire island?
Early days yet. Plenty of ground still to cover.
That'll do, Mr. Blore.
The wind is picking up again, and there are white horses on the sea.
Has anyone seen the good doctor?
Here I am, Judge, just freshening up in my room before dinner.
How did your search go, Mr. Lombard?
Badly, Judge. I'm afraid I found nothing and lost Mr. Blore.
There's a squall moving in again. Shiprock's become quite windy.
Rogers? What is it, man?
The figures, sir. The figures in the middle of the table. Look, now another's gone. There's only 7. It doesn't make sense. What's going on? What's happening?
We can discuss this new development over dinner. It's ready, Rogers?
Yes, sir. It's only cold tongue and cold ham, sir.
We understand, Rogers.
Where's the general?
Last time I saw him was on that beach. You asked me about him, Narrowcut. Did you find him there?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you?
His mind was wandering.
Perhaps you'd be so good as to fetch the general, Mr. Narrowcut. We'll delay dinner for you both.
No need for that. He's dead. Down there on the beach, leaning against a rock like a stick of driftwood.
Chapter 4. 7 little sailor boys chopping up sticks. One chopped himself in halves, and then there were 6.
Rogers is a first-class butler. I'll say that for him.
Wife was a pretty good cook, too. Too bad we only got 1 meal out of her.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the business at hand. I'm going to ask Mr. Narrowcut to continue his investigation.
But he's the last one who saw the general alive.
The last one who is willing to admit to it. Mr. Narrowcut.
Oh, God. He said he was against the rock, like a pile of driftwood.
Cause of death, Doctor?
The back of his skull was crushed with a blunt instrument.
He could have slipped. His mind was wandering. He could have hit that rock on the corner of his head and just then...
Could the general's death have been an accident?
There were multiple wounds. Unless he repeatedly slammed the back of his head against a rock, I think we can safely rule out accident and
multiple.
Which
he was
confirms
murdered.
what we've come to suspect. The first 2 deaths were undoubtedly murder as well.
I concur.
No, not the general.
Time of death?
Only a few minutes before he was found. Not more than 30 at the outside.
Do you have an alibi for that period of time?
Why, the judge and I were playing snooker.
Forgive me, Doctor, but you went up to your room, if you'll recall.
Oh, of course, of course. For a moment or two only.
Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Yeah, on the time to get down there and back to the room, you would have had traces of sand or dirt or something. The only dirt or sand could have been from having carried the body, but to get from town there and then back up here would take some time, truly. Oh, wow. Okay, so now it says 6 little 7. So now it says 7 little soldiers chopping wood, and one gets split in half. So probably gets a teaspoon, and he gets just too much or bleed out. Wow. Yeah, I believe it's a little cool, because remember what the doctor said. If it was an accident, and he slipped and hit the side of his head, that would have been an accident. The sea was rising, and it was getting better, a wind was coming in, his mind was wandering. It's like perfect for an accident. But he said there were multiple wounds in different parts of his head. So that means that one, either he fell and he fell on an odd part of the rock, but his face moved as well going down. Or two, he wandered off and someone got him, or made it seem like he fell from a high place. Because if you fall from a high place, you can have multiple wounds. But the doctor just said he was something blunt on the back of his head finished him, and there was multiple wounds. This looks like he was flush, or it looks like someone caught him while his mind was wandering. And they took advantage of that and added more to it to make it seem like an accidental fall on a rock. But remember what he said.
I have more to say to him.
Multiple wounds.
Where were you during the half hour in question?
I won't deny that Lombard and I had split up by then. I was just wondering, collecting my thoughts, you might say.
How did you come to find the body?
I'd seen the old gent down on the beach when we searched the island. He seemed pretty confused. I saw the storm coming on, knew it was almost supper time, thought I'd collect him.
See anyone else on the beach?
No, no one.
Oh.
See anything of a murder weapon?
Plenty of solid Devon rocks about. I didn't see any blood, but the rock could have just been tossed in the surf.
One said he'd stay right there, and then there were 7.
Thank you, Miss Claythorne, for again calling our attention to the rhyme. It is significant without a doubt. We have one dead from having choked himself. Another overslept herself. Now a third wishes to remain in Devon, and his wish is granted to him in a most final manner.
Thanks, Blore.
This is... Remember, this game is over 2 decades old. 2005. What the hell? Yeah, you know what? I suspected the doctor too. But remember where the doctor because if he had, also, you have to realize, if he managed to sneak out, Mrs. Brent was on the patio. She would have seen something. Because the only way to get out is either going to the kitchen, to that door, or going to the front. Unless he managed to shimmy down from up the floor to on the ground. And remember, Mr. Rogers is in the kitchen. Mrs. Flint is on the front patio. Someone would have seen him. The only way is if he went to the study room, because the study room leads into the garden. But also, if it was him, the other two people were at the woodshed. Wouldn't they seen footprints from him being there? Because the ground is wet. It's not dry, it's wet from the storm. It hasn't dried yet. There would be some form of imprintement in the ground, in the soil from that. But also then he would have had to go all the way down to the shoreline onto it and then make his way back up, change his clothes, get the smell of rainwater after him, and clean up any places from his body or shoes or anything. So it could be thought it was him, but there's like holes, and how could it be? Because remember, the way that we went from down there at the shoreline to back up here, that's a bit of a walk, if I'm being realistic. Okay. We're going to explore Alvars. Okay. Okay, I have a feeling this is going to be 3 parts, like the Agatha Christie murder on the Orient Express, because now we're 3 down. But I have a feeling every stream, 3 people are going to die, because 10 sailor boys, and there's 10 of us, minus us, we're the additional. But if there are 3 dead and it's 4 Olivers, that in itself means for every slave, 3 people are going to die. But also we have to analyze things together as well. So this is going to be 3 parts as well. Because we're 4 hours into the sleep. And 4 hours, 3 people have died. And us as well interacting together adds on to that. So I have a feeling, I know this is going to be 3 parts. Because the next one is going to be 6, 5, and 4. Thank you so much for the wasted. Or maybe half of 3, and then you got 4, 3, 2, and maybe 1. Because on this one, it was 10, 9, and 8. 10, 9, 8. Yeah, 3. So now we're down to 7. Next one, maybe 7, 6, 5, and maybe 4, give or take. And then the final one is going to be either 4, 3, 2, and 1, or 3, 2, 1. So, it's crazy. 2005 game, people. 2005. Like, wow. And this is why I love playing these kinds of games with you guys. Because it's going back time there, you could see how things have
There's
evolved.
probably going to be a plot twist.
You may be right. Because we still don't know, minus one person, because that guy said he knows that voice, it sounds familiar, but he isn't telling us there's something fishy going on here. Remember, was it Lamart? Mine, it was the other guy, he says he knows that voice is familiar, but he won't tell us. That gives me suspicion, like you're hiding something, like you know who it is, but maybe to him it's like it's a ghost. It's someone that he knows or is familiar with, but this person should be dead, or maybe was declared dead. Also, it's wow. Just wow. Because first you think it's one thing, but then it turns into another, but then you think it's something else, but then it turns out it can't be that because now this person is dead. Ja, das ist Drama und Mystery. This drama and mystery fused together perfectly. I have to say that. It is fused together perfectly. It's just perfect. Okay, let me get the main music started. On the tide to get it started so ad break doesn't start. Right? I have raid music on now. This is a raid music night. Hi, Kanata, hi. Kanata, you were one of the people? You were gifted a soul. Kanata Arts, you were one of the people that was gifted a soul by Sincho. So congratulations, you were gifted a soul for a month. Alright, my friend Tex Cyber is, they just started their stream of Repo, but yeah, Sunjoy gave it 5 subs, on Kanata, you were one of the people that received it, so congratulations, Holy, on your gifted sub. I have paused ads. We're going to read Tex Cyber. They're playing Repo right now, so if you love Repo, it's a shared chat, I think. But yeah, you're one of the people that I called upon, so enjoy ad-free. I'll see you all Friday evening or late Friday. But then we'll go on there for the weekend as well. But yeah, I am now entering the sleep. We're going to jump on a raid happening soon. Enjoy the raid music out. See you all Friday evening or late Friday. Tschüss.